I'm sorry for... Is back up. Give away later. There we go. Okay. Well. How many people I got in here? 8. Hey. So. Well, that was a disaster. But, the reason I was doing this is I have 5,000 subscribers. I have had for a while. And I just kind of, like, noticed. And, you know, a lot of the people following me are coming from, like, Manly, Badass Gamer, and Alpha Beta Gamer. But, you know, I'm still very pleased. It's more than I have on Twitter. We'll do the giveaway later. I want to give some time. I think 3 might be early. You know, people with day jobs are probably still working. Let's see. I can show you where the mural's at. We're going to turn Photoshop on and see if it crashes my computer. If this craps out when Photoshop opens, we might be done for today. I also set the stream delay should be way less than it was on previous days. So if I do have an error and you people type in chat, I'll be able to see it like sooner than like a minute later. Photoshop never does me wrong. It's my safe space. Hey, Fran Shoots. Hello. Enjoy tomorrow. You're back. Good to see you. Here's where the mural is. I decided I wanted to expand to the left. So we got another big creature, a dolphin. We'll fill in, give him a fancier eye, you know, to sort of match these guys. And then today we'll be putting in little fish all around him. My hope, I just lost like an hour to technical difficulties, but I'm thinking I'm gonna stream Thursday now and do shorter streams. Yeah. I don't think like a 9-hour block of me drawing is necessarily the best way to do this, but you did stuff without us? Yeah, a little bit. Just working out sort of the geometry of the scene. I think it's that stuff is less interesting to watch, and also when I'm doing that I don't want to take like recommendations necessarily, so it's not super interactive. I have some of the my text document of fish requests. The betrayal. Yeah. Been going behind your back to draw fish, chat. Sorry you had to find out this way. Uh-oh. Did I just close an important window? No. I like the giant porpoise. Yeah. How long are you planning to do the streams last now, roughly? Well, I won't quit before, like, 8. I guess I'd say that. Like, I do want to get a solid amount of drawing done. I'm a little bit frustrated after that start, so I'm gonna take a minute to decompress. Dude, I've been having so much technical difficulty with computer stuff for like the past few days, like, you know, so something that's frustrating becomes extra frustrating when it feels like connected to these unrelated computer events too. Also the music playing is Machinarium. I don't know if you guys have played Machinarium, but highly recommended. Will I continue to stream after the mural is complete? Probably. The mural's not going to be complete anytime soon. Like, I'm hoping that, you know, if South Scrimshaw is, can survive on crowdfunding, like it becomes a job, I'll have continuous donations, so, you know, for, you know, be working on this for like 2 more years. This can just be, you know, these streams can just be a way to like, draw the donation fish and just stay in touch with people. And also just to like give updates on where the project is, because, you know, the nature of the visual novel is I don't want to share a lot of it as it's in production, but, you know, I still want to share stuff and talk to people. Alright. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. When are we getting the OST? Because I was absolutely blown away when I first heard it. So the soundtrack is licensed stock music, from Pond 5, and you know, I pay to use it. I only pay, like, my license only includes including it in the game. Like, I wouldn't be allowed to repackage and sell it. Like, that would be a huge no-no for stock music. But a lot of people have asked about it, so it's like, at the end credits, you can see the individual artists on Pond 5, like if you want to look them up. I feel like my music is louder for you guys than it is for me. I'm afraid to even touch my volume controls at this point. Like, I don't know what's happening here. Alright. 45 minutes has passed. It's time to draw some fish. Oh, and, I forgot, giveaway. I have a print shop, on Imprint, made to order prints. I'll be giving away 5 of them later. Okay, volume sounds fine. Good. I'm gonna draw a couple quick fish, and then we'll start doing recommendations and stuff. You know, I can complain about OBS, and everything that just happened, but it is kind of amazing that someone like me can get a stream up and running just by downloading open source software and clicking like 2 buttons. Because web design is like an Achilles heel of my technical knowledge. It has its like own language apart from the sort of work I do on computers. Can there be freshwater fish? Yeah, you know, there can be basically anything at this point. There's like a stick figure from, I think, the first stream. Also, like, I think this guy's like a kaiju or something. I don't even think he's... We got some fake animals in here, too. Birds is definitely one of my favorite things to draw. I was gonna do a koi pond, like set aside, like maybe down here will be all koi, but yeah, maybe this guy is the first complicated one we do. We'll do him white on black. I just want to get, like, I want the koi to be good, so I want to be warmed up before attempting them. Ooh, bobbit worms are good, actually. I like that. We'll do, bobbit worm would be fun to do. Autocorrect changing at the hobbit worm. Shaking my head. I appreciate everyone who's stuck out that terrible opening. That's like incredibly embarrassing. At least it didn't happen on my first stream, you know. I have reference photos of the koi from that koi pond. It's like koi are like this one. Obviously, everyone knows koi from koi ponds, but it's one of the few types of fish that when you Google for an image of it, it's like only from the angle of like looking down at them. It's really hard to just find like profile koi. Just happy to be here. Well, I'm happy to have you here. Ooh, we'll give this guy some shine to his scales so I can show the bird beak overlapping. I think just like a small enough will be enough to communicate that. Like that. Nope. Turn off that. Oh. What did I do? I'm off my game today. You want to get more plants? The it's this is the same shady pet store I believe I've brought up in every single stream, but they also sell a variety of plants. Just like these massive tanks, and some of them are just like algal bloom inside, you know, just like science experiments. I'll probably just like sell you a big scoop of it for $5. Oh, this is from, I have a moray eel, a giant moray eel, but he's gonna go over there. He's for the other side. Alright. I'm going to save a copy, squash everything, and then we'll do a bobbit worm. Sleepy Citizen, have I seen Red River hogs? No. I'm gonna Google that. Yeah, we can do like a wild river pig. I like that idea. This is gonna make the stream lag, I apologize for that. Sea bear. The Snorb. We could throw a Snorb in there. Snorb, fan favorite. One of my favorite things that I've had tweeted at me was someone took the movie Morbius and they changed it to Snorbius. And they put the Snorb's face over whatever actor that is. I was greatly pleased. Pinwheel death. Come on, man, I'm trying to draw. Leave me alone. My computer's bullying me. I really liked lionfish as a kid. Obviously, we gotta do the his pinstripes. The Snorbius said it's Snorbin time and snorbed all over those guys. Yeah, you know, people ask me how I came up with such a creative action scene. I don't know. I'm resisting the temptation to bring back every silly animal like that in the next part. I'm just gonna try to make up continually more weird animals instead of recycling them. I was saying earlier, the Snorb is kind of like a litmus test for the streamers I've seen if they're gonna enjoy the humor in the game. It took you a month to finish the Morbius movie. When I saw it, it wasn't even like so bad it's good. I was just like, this is a bad superhero movie, and I'm not a huge fan of those even to begin with. No, it took like a year. You were microdosing the Morbius movie. Peak cinema, 10 morbs out of 10. Yeah, we can just evaluate other films by Morbius standards. You know, it's relative. It's more than that. Alright, this might sound stupid, but it's like the plot. It's like, you know, the guy or whatever, he's like, it's like basically a vampire. Like, you do like some like pseudoscientific technobabble reason to like have a vampire hero type character. Is that correct? Like they have to like drink blood and he like regenerates his health or something. That's the plot. It's one of my like pet peeves with like a lot of modern movies will take some like supernatural or like otherworldly concept and then try to like rationalize some like pseudo science way for it to actually be happening. Um, but it's like I feel like a lot of concepts like vampires or like zombies, it's like the interesting part of it is the supernatural part, you know. Like with vampires, like I really like the Masquerade, you know, game where it's like you know, Cain and Abel were real and they're like the offspring of like, you know, the cursed, like the actual pagan mythology set in a contemporary setting is so much more interesting and I don't know, scarier. I don't know. Like there was a thread on Twitter where someone was saying that they don't like zombies because walking corpses would be devoured by animal scavengers immediately, because that's what happens to, you know, detritus left in the woods is like there's a million different ways it gets eaten. It's like too useful, and it's like what resolves that issue is if it's like some kind of like hell on earth situation, you know. It because like animating Re-Dead is only like the supernatural part is scary. I don't know. Resident Evil does the sciencey bogus stuff okay, but I like demon zombies better. We're gonna do a bobbit worm. I read a story when, because I don't own a fish tank. I move too much, and I like rent and have no money, so none of that is conducive. So I read about people's fish tanks online to live vicariously. And someone with a saltwater tank bought a new rock, and then he woke up and like his fish kept disappearing, and then he eventually found out he had a gigantic bobbit worm living in one of the rocks that was eating his fish at night. Like a wrath of God against humanity. Yeah, exactly. Like, and also like the scariness of like divine punishment still being like completely opaque. Like there's just this like a biblical plague in the 21st century, you know. Is more compelling. I don't know. Nightbot. I could set up an argumentative chatbot. I'm sure that would go well. These guys are spooky. Bobbit worms are really big too. That's the other thing. They seem like something that would like bite your toes off. I like the lionfish is like, ooh. Steering clear of the bobbit worm. I hate it. Hopefully whoever gets the bobbit worm doesn't hate it. I don't know, I like the idea of just like having a random pig. But he's got to be standing over here. He can't like be the first thing that you read. He's got to be like hidden. He's like being all sneaky. He snuck onto this underwater mural. It actually helps me draw to come up with stories of what I'm drawing. That is also a great body shape. Centipede beetle, yeah. Yeah, they have got... bobbit worms have that, like, colorful iridescence. Scary animals and bright colors is a cool combination. Even in a tiny tank, you're worried about stuff moving in. Yeah. I mean, it's like when you make a fish tank, it's this like cozy, wet environment that, you know, lots of stuff probably would love to live in. Pardon me. Someone's gonna get a hog. They thought they were gonna get a fish. He's just an explorer. He's not gonna live down here. A little butt. His little beard should come further up his face, like here. Yeah, future marine mammal. Pigs are gonna spec into being whales too. You guys have seen Tearzu, right? The YouTuber who discusses biology in terms of like video game vocabulary. No. I'll keep the legs tiny. We really didn't get enough animals turning back into aquatic creatures. I'm going to give him very short legs for comedic effect. Fishtail. You know what? His little feet should be kicked out, like he is zooming. He's exploring the ocean floor. There we go. Science, he's evolving into a fish. His brethren will join him when they see how successful he is at it. Maybe I drop the fish in the tail and just give him a snorkel. That would be funnier. Snorkel might be too weird a shape. Because I want to keep his mouth intact here. There. Really, I'm just knocking it out of the park today. Draw land animals as if they were marine. I'll do some of that. Obviously. Someone asked for an oarfish. Masterpiece. Thank you. Here's another photograph of dudes holding giant fish. Wait, come on. I hate websites that try to block you from taking photos. Hey, Maro. Yeah, I did a little bit of work. Mostly it was I expanded to the left. I was just trying to think in terms of the composition, so I wouldn't have to do that on stream. But yeah. So he's they're facing this direction, and then it's going to expand to the right, basically from here. It will go onwards. Thanks, Stefan. I appreciate it. It's definitely been benefiting from all the random suggestions. So I'm making something much different than I would have if I was just sitting, by myself, orderly, trying to just stamp out fish sketches. The power of collaboration. Yeah, it's I don't get enough of it these days, that all my work is so solitary. I will say it's not my natural tendency to want to collaborate greatly. Like I tend to be very focused and certain of certain ideas I have, which isn't how you necessarily want to collaborate. But you work enough by yourself, you really feel the limits of your brain, and getting past those borders, you can do just by talking to other people. You said you missed the barrel eye? Where did the barrel eye go? Oh yeah. Barrel eyes are a favorite. I'll probably have to do more of them, in the future. Look at that tiny little fin. I'm gonna do the back and then come back to the head, because I'm having a little bit of issue resolving where the shiny should be. Oh, the giveaway thing? Oh, geez, I was gonna say... I said 4, and now it's 4:30. How many people are in chat right now? 14? Thanks for reminding me. By limits of the brain, do you mean in terms of creativity ideas or backgrounds and art assets? Well, really both. Like, being a one-man dev team, you get to intimately recognize everything that you can't do, from, like, sound, programming. But, I was talking about just creatively. You know, I think I'm a fairly creative person, but that doesn't mean that you don't get in your own tracks of ideas. But I have like a lot of exercises for like sketching, just like specifically for trying to brainstorm, that helps. But yeah, it's just fun to bounce ideas off people. And it's fun to do it, like South Scrimshaw, I'm like so attached to it. You know, it's like my baby, so like I have to have like a suffocating grip over all the decisions. But you know, it's like if you get hired to do something where it's just like it's much easier to like get into like the collaborative, like it can be what it turns out to be, you know, we'll just spitball. We'll do the giveaway maybe like 10 or 15. Fish larva. That'd be fun to do. I'll finish the oarfish and then we'll do the print giveaway. Thanks, Mara. Yeah, the making illustrations doesn't make me feel burned out. It's the stuff I don't know how to do, like trying to set up a stream that fails. Sound design can be tough. Um, it's like a lot of the other jobs that really becomes a test of how much do you want to really do this. The this past week, I've been mostly writing. I mean, outside of doing this drawing, it's been all writing. I'm really happy with where the draft is. It's too long, but that's just kind of, it's just gonna be super long, I think, the next chapters. I think I was talking last week that you know, I write these little tangents to describe the world, and there was one that was really just throwing me off. It was like a combination of I wanted to like info dump too much exposition, and it was like almost reading like pure exposition, and like it kind of doesn't matter like how neat the story, you know, like the animal or like the sciences or whatever, if it doesn't have like the narrative structure, like the storytelling to back it up. It's almost better to just cut it short instead. But I found a way to like, I think, keep the stuff that I wanted to tell and sort of make it more of a story. So I'm still writing, but you know, I like where it's going. Writing is a slow process for me. Like, if I could change something about my work process, I wish I could just write faster. Lethal Weapon 6 and It's Always Sunny. Yeah. It's also kind of like the narrative story is what actually like sells something as authentic, you know? Even in like nonfiction, like David McCullough, one of my favorite authors, and it's like his ability to just like phrase things in a way that is like connected to like humans experiencing things and like speaking about their own lives just really, you know, it makes these factual events, you know, just way more like vivid. And he can like, in his like mode of writing, it's pretty detailed, but he can like describe like some pretty like mundane stuff, and it's like becomes like gripping because you're just living it in a way. Yeah, the oarfish, he's smirking. I guess that would be his mouth. And that would be like the, I don't know. I like making all my animals smirk. It's like smug animals. This little fan. The little spines are too far apart, but I'm fine with this. I feel like I'm spamming Twitter talking about my streams because I don't think the people following me on Twitter necessarily care. But I might make one more tweet in case anyone does want to join in the giveaway. Very large fish. I'm gonna tweet through my phone. Hey! Oh, it was totally worth the wait doing this gag. Alright, whatever. Here's the roll. So I have it set up. Where's this damn window? Here it is. Okay, so we got active users. Type in chat right now if you want to join in. We'll expand it. Everyone who's typed in the past 10 minutes. I'm gonna click this button 5 times. Alright. Here we go. 1. Friend shoots! 2. Oh wait, I should be screen capping. Enjoy tomorrow! Franna, Stefan, and Charles. Did everyone get that? What is the giveaway? Alright. Just when you send me your mailing address, format it as it would appear on a package with like line breaks, you know, wherever you put a line, just how it appears on an envelope. I've mailed internationally a few times, and it can be difficult for me writing to other countries when I don't know exactly um, what line goes where. I think it was like I was sending a postcard to somewhere in Vietnam, and the person sent me their address just as like one long line, and like I couldn't parse what anything meant or where I should send it to. Where do I want to put these koi? The X-ray print is a good one. Hmm. I want to do these koi over dark, not over light. And do a grouper. This is the second grouper, I think. Is it okay if I send it? Oh yeah, you don't have to send it now. There's no rush. Do another giveaway at some point in the future when things are less jank. What next? Do a small hammerhead shark. I feel like it's a disservice to do these guys in profile. I have to do like looking up at them. I always really like images of how large their schools get. Give him a tool belt. We got him like knocking a nail into something. Are Hammerhead schools larger than Humboldt squid schools? I don't know. No idea. Oh yeah, I'll check the. I appreciate the reminder. It's so weird getting DMs on Twitter now. Like everything goes to spam filter, unless you like pay for the service. Um, it's like people I know or like who I follow and follow me and tweet at me. There's no reason they should go to spam. We'll do a squid since that came up. I think we have octopus, we have cuttlefish, but we don't have any just squid. In the giant animal sizes, definitely one of these need to be a squid, but we'll just do a small one for now. Ammonite, yeah. Hope the VOD goes up. uh, you know what I'll do? I'll cut out some of the jank. You'll get a censored version. It's like less cripplingly embarrassing for me. This guy is too big. Smaller. Generally, I don't want to scale too much because it changes line quality, but it's just that kind of day. Let's give our dolphin a more defined eyeball. I appreciate you stopping by, Maru. Or wait, no, I was going to do an ammonite. Ammonite and then dolphin eyeball. I did a lot of ammonite studies for part 1 when I did the I don't even remember what I named it. The animal, it's like the whale that gets covered in a shell, and there's like a little animal on top secreting the shell, and then they basically blob into one. But that guy was basically an ammonite, and that was one of the animals that I redrew a number of times. Actually, if you guys want to see something, I was digging through my hard drives again. Actually, I'll show you guys later. Next time I'll pull it up. Take me 10 minutes to do anything on my computer right now. It's basically I found progress shots of the profile watercolor of the mother when it's first revealed. You know, where like the camera backs out. I was taking progress shots the entire time and I didn't know what happened to the photos, but I discovered the hard drive again. I've been losing files a lot recently. It's not a good thing. I love their weird little eye spot. I'm actually really enjoying the the soundtrack to this game. This is Samarost. And I was playing Machinarium earlier. Alright, let's see. He's got... It is a weird challenge drawing different animal eyes. It's like the anatomy of human eyelids gets so like baked into your brain from drawing only that. Definitely don't want to change his expression. So I kind of like him being happy. Hmm. Kind of have to put like additional shine up here, like highlight. So that would be like this area. It's like I also don't want to introduce it to like the entire head, so. I don't know. This is the sort of thing where like, I don't know. Let's try that again. The highlight on the eye is a little too much, but the rest of it might be okay. Yeah, maybe that's just, it just needs the mouth to connect. Because it's like the point, like the edge of their mouth feels like it comes really close to their eyeballs. That's something I like about. It's got character. Then maybe bring a highlight up along here. It's like limited detail, but I want to have some sense to where it drops off to black. So like this gives it like a little bit of sense of shadow, like a shadowed area. Does that help? We'll come back to it. That, I think I kind of like just that. I have to drop this part. Unfortunately. What did I say I was going to do? Also, I haven't done a flounder yet. I was thinking I need like a very like circular animal. And I'll just draw a flounder to be rounder. Put him like this flounder is having a bad day. It's like messed up Guernica face. Flounders of the most tortured faces. It's just like it's really beaten down by evolution. Drawing the little spine splaying out the wrong way. It's like details are more fun to get right. Pancaked. Nice. Maybe he goes down here. Let's do a crab. Hermit crab. Yeah, this guy. One thing I don't quite like that this dolphin overlaps with the oarfish. I think everything needs to be like not touching. It's like add some kind of like weird depth that the image doesn't have. There. It's good enough. What was I gonna do? Hermit crab. He's in a bottle. Pretty cool. This would be a fun one to paint in color, just because of the translucency. That's actually really cool. And also, it's like just getting better at painting. Previously, things that seemed like they would be really difficult to paint turn into fun challenges, like communicating the difference between like smudged dirt on the outside, like a film attached to it, versus transparent light shining through. I want to have the sense of the leg coming out from behind the glass. My initial impulse was to draw it way too far out. I'm thinking this needs to be darker. It'll just be like the highlight of the ground there. I'm going to put in his body shape, and then I'll figure out how to detail it. Because it needs like a lot of contrast from the bottle he's inside to like distinguish them. So if I leave the bottle mostly black, he would be better off colored white. I think chat was frozen on my stream. I apologize. I was like, man, everyone's very quiet. Hey, shitty comics. I don't know if this one's going on to YouTube. It's been rough. Hey, thanks for sending me the mailing address tomorrow's. Yeah, I'll check that after stream. Before then you witnessed my shame. I still don't know what was causing it. That's like the worst part. It's like just banging on something with a wrench until it begins working again is like not a recipe for future success either. You had your own set of endless woes and tragedies in your first stream. Well, maybe it's my initiation, you know? It's like the added pressure of people watching you screw up definitely puts you under the gun a little bit. Like it's not like a normal mistake. It's like a public mistake. Bubble that's like gets archived afterwards. Props to people who keep streaming after having a awful first stream. I feel like I got lucky. Not that I ever thought it was like a easy thing to do necessarily, but being on the other side of streaming is kind of interesting, you know, just to have like a little bit of like, oh, this is actually not easy. Or like unexpected things become hard just because you're live. Like things that, I don't know. Chat is nice. I'm not complaining about you all. Yeah. This hermit crab got a sweet house. Oh man, imagine being like a hermit crab and you know, like you outgrow your shell but like you just find like the sickest shell when you're like halfway to full. You know, it's like you got this like sweet bottle. You're like, then you got like eventually you have to move out. You gotta abandon it. Some like crappy like broken shell instead. I don't know. I'm making up a tragic backstory for this guy. Oh, stuff on. You mentioned it sometime before. Do you paint the South Scrimshaw stuff on canvas or straight digitally? I do a lot of work digital now. Um, I do watercolor also, but it's selective. Um, I can't just do like a straight watercolor or gouache backdrop the way I want. You know, like Studio Ghibli style, all traditional. I can't pull off yet, but there is some stuff that I am good at doing in watercolor. So it's like the things I can do watercolor well, I do. But for like these coral reef scenes that I'm doing now are pure digital. Basically renting an apartment in the US right now. Yeah, yeah. You find a sweet spot, then they raise your rent. You're like, oh, time to pay like 900 a month with for no utilities in a shoebox. The shell is a flex, yeah. I guess you gotta, while you're the hermit crab, you gotta live it up while you got the bottle. Maybe he can pass it on to like a smaller hermit crab. You know, he pays it forward. That will be his story. He's searching for a suitable hand-me-down. Like this bottle has been in the ocean for like 30 years, getting passed between hermit crabs. It's a brotherhood. Things like that are hard for hermit crabs because they can't wind their tails around the inside, but hermit crabs make do because they're very clever and crafty. Yeah, that that makes sense. They'd probably live in trash all the time if they could, because there's so much of it in the ocean. Maybe if the hermit crab had a drop shipping passive income, it wouldn't have happened. Yeah. Survival of the fittest. Oh, that says hi. Oh, for anyone just joining, this is the current state of the mural. I expanded it to the left because I wanted to work out some of like the design, spatial stuff before going live. But yeah, so there's this guy. These guys are kind of facing each other, and then the mural's going to expand out in this direction. I think hermit crabs are fragile outside their shells. I remember, you ever like, this is a dark story. When I was in like, I think it was 6th grade, like, you know, like your class is like the bad kid, or my school was, were small enough that we had like, you know, the one kid who's considered the bad one, but he killed the class hermit crab by pulling it out of the shell. And it was just like, what the heck? Like, he's probably incarcerated right now, if I had to guess. Sorry for sharing that terrible story. My computer's gonna love this. I got this cool moray. I don't think he got in enough trouble for doing that either. That was like the other weird part of that memory that I have, was it was like, you know, bizarre. I don't like this. Sorry. It's my, just my, I won't talk about my life or shit. Oh, Nightbot cracking down on Pingus. Busted. Better behave in chat, Pingus. Oh no. I think Nightbot is set up default like 9 capital letters, which doesn't seem like much, but then like I didn't know what to extend it to. Nightbot hasn't really been very good at auto modding, but I think that has more to do with my settings. The defaults are like incredibly restrictive. Like the first time I turned it on, like everyone was getting timed out for using a single emoji. Like, we'll resolve that later. We're focusing on here. But this is sort of the idea. Excuse me. Ooh, this canvas is too large. This is, Fear Nightbot. I don't have a Discord server. Yeah, it's, just juggling social media has already been, I'll figure it out. But not right now. If you do want like sort of a community space, there is a South Scrimshaw Reddit subreddit someone made, and there's also the Steam community that has like message boards. Nightbot is under a lot of pressure. I'll bully Nightbot as a way to sort of feel less anxiety on my own part. I expected better of you, Nightbot. You've been doing this job a long time. I like this. Here. I'm gonna shrink the canvas back down to here. A fan Discord server, but there were 3 people and no one said anything in months. That sort of describes the subreddit. I mean, you all are here pretty early, I think, in this project's life. Um, I'm not sure I could make any community that would be anything other than dead. Hey, McSquizzer. I'm sorry I missed that. In case you're still here, I tried drawing an octopus on paper with lead pencil, like how you do. That's great. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the more stuff like this you do, the more like solutions you'll have to like come up with like your own drawing styles. But definitely like emulating people, you know, is like where I began too. What the heck is this? Some okay, it's not stuck to the canvas. It's been that kind of day. If there was just like a giant mark in the middle of the picture, I wouldn't be surprised. %90 of Scrimshaw fans quit Scrimcoin before they hit big. Yeah, it's true. They call it the sunk cost fallacy. They just don't want you to know the truth, which is always keep dumping more and more, and no matter what. What fish should I do next? This is don't forget us when you become famous. I will not, actually. The it's funny. Well, I actually put it in that making of book. Like there's like some emails you get from people that like stick in your mind forever because like no one else is saying anything to you. Scrimcoin. The Scriminal crypto economy. Sunken in with all this money. Pingus, I don't think Nightbot can ban people, but clearly I don't have a strong grasp on how anything is happening right now. Hey Kyle. What do you mean like other places in the Scrimshaw world? Like terrestrial or I did I raid a lot outside of South Scrimshaw and I had like a draft that would be like sort of like in the same universe, you know, because there are people in all kinds of places. If that's what you mean. Um, oh wait, you know, maybe would there be room? I'm sorry I'm like taking so long in between animals today. I'm cause you know there are all these like little dudes that have to fill in, and I'm trying to like imagine where I'm gonna stick them. And there might be room for like one big guy here, maybe like a long dude here, and then I feel like I want to fill up a lot of this with like small fish. And like over here too. Like I want to mimic these lines. Like maybe some of the fish are like overlapping here just to sell that the fish isn't, the dolphin isn't like tattooed or something. Put one there. Actually, it helps just to like put dots in. But these little guys aren't the like the fun ones to draw, I don't think. Also, thank you to everyone on Twitter who was recommending video game soundtracks. The last stream, no video game songs I used got noticed by the copyright system, and I think video game publishers must generally just like not have their stuff inputted into the system. Scrimshaw versus horror game. My horror visual novel is not set in the South Scrimshaw universe, unfortunately. The South Scrimshaw universe is too wholesome. There are some scary moments, though, in South Scrimshaw. These dots might even be too big, now that I'm looking at them. That's interesting. Like, I'm glad the you like the penumbra shark attack. Sea bunny in the 50-gallon drum of spent nuclear fuel. Yeah, we'll do a Yeti crab. That's a good one. I love these guys. This is definitely a light on dark type animal. Do the Yeti crab here. Most video game soundtracks aren't under a music label. Yeah, I think that's also why someone was telling me not to use what was it, Undertale, because even though Toby Fox says people can use it, the label is on some like automatic thing. That's the other thing, is it's like those automated systems like do not care. Like they are just scorched earth looking for stuff and sending out notices. Um, I think it helps that I'm not monetized. So, oh, you don't have a computer? Gaming PCs are like really expensive now. I mean, um, actually, I play games on a Steam Deck because it's like the price point is like a console basically. Um, but even that was, not the cheapest thing, and the performance isn't like PS5 or whatever. Oh, but I was gonna say the music I'm playing now is Machinarium. I was playing Samarost earlier. You guys know Amanita games. I love the deck. Um, actually, like it's been so much fun. I like just tinkering with it. You know, I'm a Linux noob too, so it's been a great introduction to that. Um, no computer gang, let's go. This is like the crab after he fights the Balrog. It's like reincarnated. I'm a the PC I'm on now is a Mac. Um, I don't like any operating system anymore. This is like a crab that would like attack you in Dark Souls and like Anor Londo or something. South Scrimshaw Candy Crush mobile knockoff. No, Candy Crush is like old school. We gotta go gotcha. We gotta go like really shameless. We gotta go like manipulating kids with slot machine techniques. Like one of those where it's just like random things are like redrawn as anime girls for no reason. If you look at the that Magfest retrospective video I did with the like the montage of photos, and there were like some of people posing with it, and there was like one of like a giant anime girl cardboard cutout someone put next to the whale. That's from some kind of mobile game. uh like it's one of those gotcha games, but the girl was supposed to be Captain Ahab, and that's why they wanted a photo with my whale. And I was like, yeah, that's fun. But then it's like, she doesn't even have a peg leg, and she's got this giant battle club, which Ahab also didn't have in Moby Dick. It was basically like had absolutely nothing to do with the character. So, um, I'm saying we make one of those. Hey, sorry, Sir Chandris. Nightbot's being a jerk. Uh, don't worry about it. I gotta shut Nightbot off. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's like accomplishing nothing and just making people feel bad. It's like someone's having fun. You might know which so which game is it? Like they were like the people running the mag booth were super nice, and I was like very flat. Like it's a really funny photo. It's like one of my favorites, so I'm not like dumping on it. Um, what we need is not an Ahab waifu. I want a Queequeg waifu. He's the best character of Moby Dick, obviously. Dude, so many Herman Melville fans. Like, you put like a whale in a nerd thing, it's just like I was so pleased at how many people were like, if they didn't know what South Scrimshaw was, they were like wanting to talk to me about Melville. It's like, yeah, it was an outstanding book. It's sad how many mobile games nowadays are so bad. It's true, but like it feels like a different sort of pain to me when the game is good. Like when there's like artistry behind it and like I don't know. Like I could see myself enjoying it if it was shipped as a conventional product. Like um I think Genshin is super well made. Like if you ever just like listen to like the orchestrated like soundtrack or just like the quality of the character animation, like they make billions and they clearly invest millions in it. Like but story kind of sucks. But I can't stand not even like the payment stuff, but just like the daily tasks, and it's just like it's not something I can have fun playing. Like imagine something like Breath of the Wild, which is like a very intricately made game that they spent a lot of time on, getting like just cut into all these like weird pieces. I don't know. It just but like I have an easier time accepting like crap mobile games than seeing like stuff that is actually kind of well made by like some serious artists who clearly are passionate, I don't know. The only game you play is chess? Well, you are sophisticated. I'm not very good at chess. You still want Genshin trading cards though, right? Yeah, sure. Homescapes on top. South Scrimshaw visual novel dating simulator. You know what? Actually, like as a gimmick. Like, although the kind of like after like the Sonic the Hedgehog April Fool's VN, I feel like the dating sim joke might be played out, but I have been thinking about, like, you know, I can't really do the making of stuff at the moment, but if I would like the next DLC thing I would sell might be something simple that I make in RenPy, and something like that conceivably. Uh, I'm not gonna work on anything like that until like Chapter 5 is out, but I feel like this is a good song for the Yeti Crab. I'm having a lot of fun drawing this Yeti Crab. The open world is too big, IMO. I think it depends on how much stuff is in your open world. Like, how, But yeah, it's like... When it's like gaming time is like scarce, I don't want to like spend time on a horse getting somewhere. It's like empty field or whatever. And I also don't really care to, I don't know, have like teleportation. I don't know. An RPG Scrimshaw game where the whale evolves. It's way beyond me to make something like that. I mean, I would love like more, I don't know, like games with mechanics that would be like simulated ecosystem or whatever. Um, I guess I never like imagined Scrimshaw as anything other than like the visual novel I'm working on. Um, I feel like it'd be hard to like not get too gamified with like Brillo whales in an RPG that wouldn't just kind of, I don't know. Those claws. That's so cool. This guy's great. Time to franchise the universe. I was saying it, I think it was like last time, like bizarre crossovers are fun. Or just like fighting games from like unexpected franchises. Like I'm not good at fighting games, but like Umineko has like a fighting game that's like extremely well made. Genshin looks like a big empty field overall. I don't know, man. There's some parts of Genshin that are like really well done. Like I haven't played that far into it. Like this time when I was traveling and I was like jonesing, I was like, you need to play a video game before going to bed. But I don't know. It's like the first town you go to is just like very well made. I don't know. I was just really impressed with the quality. The gameplay is like very like MMO in a way that like I don't play MMOs, so like I don't get like the whole rotating character thing or like all the cooldowns and stuff. Like it just I don't know. It is immaculate trip. South Scrimshaw Battle crossover. If the biggest game in the world wants to do a crossover, I'll think about it. I have no issues with Pal World. They're making the game that Game Freak should have made 2 console generations ago. They should actually be allowed to steal Game Freak's intellectual property, is my opinion. This is more hatching than I usually do for these black and white sketches. There's a certain point where like it's just hair, it demands it. I think this Yeti crab is gonna be like the sketch of the day, maybe. Yeah, Game Freak. It's like it's like the franchise just has so much money, you know, like, and you know they're probably like dozens of really powerful interests pulling them in a bunch of different directions. So like you can like chart that territory doing the absolute most safest thing. So like I don't know. Trying not to get too negative, but it's like I mean, it's hard to name a franchise that I mean, it's like you compare them to like Atlas and like how well you know, they've developed and grown over the years and like it's black and white. I don't know. I think also like everyone wants Pokemon to succeed. You know, like even people who like hate Pokemon or like are complaining, it's like I don't know. Like that in itself is a gift to the franchise that like people put up with you know, whatever their worst entries are. I mean, Pokemon isn't a super original concept. Actually, and it was funny when there were people complaining about, you know, Pow World ripping off Pokemon. Someone was made a infographic of like Gen 1 Pokemon compared to was it like Dragon Quest monsters, the ones that Toriyama drew? And they basically like some of them are like 1 to 1 copies of Toriyama sketches. I don't know. You don't have to be original to be good, I guess. Or to sell, I don't know. Not to be like a cynic, but like this guy kind of isn't fluffy enough on the. This arm is off. A little bit of. Oh, enjoy tomorrow. When did I realize Cell Scrimshaw got popular? 3 days after I put it on Steam, when Alpha Beta Gamer, I found the Alpha Beta Gamer video while I was working a shift cleaning dishes in the back of my buddy's restaurant, and I had a almost panic attack from the experience. I think I like left a comment that day, so you can probably chart the exact moment. I saw that image. Some had resemblance, but others looked like the same animal, but looked nothing like. Yeah, I mean, also that's the other thing is like, there's no reason to like be hunting for like plagiarism when someone's drawing like a penguin. It's like penguins look like penguins, you know. Um, Anime chibi penguins will come out looking the same. Um, so it's like splitting hairs or something. Isn't it like the also like the legend of like Gold Silver was like the president of Nintendo was like personally involved in like the programming of it. Like he stepped in to like fix something. Um I think that there definitely was like a level of passion from creators who had to like establish themselves. Um that's kind of a funny comparison. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, everyone wants Pokemon to succeed, you know, because it's Pokemon. Hey, Red. Scrimshaw is a spin-off SpongeBob game. Binding of Isaac in a fighting game. That sounds good, actually. Alright, well that Yeti crab I like. What's next? I could do starfish. I haven't done one of those in a while. My stream frozen again? Sorry. Getting over a cold. A starfish would be like a cool graphical element. Like if I drew it really large, it could be like, I mean, it'd be black and white, but this is just like the shape. Because I need ways to like, you know, create this kind of like dynamic, whatever. Don't want to do that. Stream is still working? Okay. I will say, if you are learning Photoshop, learn hotkeys. That's like the #1 thing you can do to make your life better as a beginner. Maybe he'll be like there. Like, I like the idea, but I'm kind of playing that for the future. Giant starfish IRL? Yeah, that's like devour humans. Brittle sea star is a good one, actually. I'm gonna make another save. Could do more jellyfish. Stream's about to hiccup because saving is, for some reason, really slow on my system. Starfish in the D&D monster manual. I wonder what's like the limiting factor in like starfish becoming like grossly huge. Maybe they're just too easy to eat after a certain point. I hate the fact that like they like move in and destroy coral reefs. That like really stinks. It's like the Great Coral Reef is getting blasted by a bunch of starfish moving into its range. The Great Barrier Reef, I mean. Also, just warming in general is destroying the Great Barrier Reef. I will probably never get to see the Great Barrier Reef in person, is what I'm saying. Also, I don't know how to scuba dive, so... This guy is like the perfect shape. Go in this designated CB spot. Saltwater tanks seem like super advanced level stuff. I like drawing little hairs like this on things. This is also like after like years of doing pen and ink. I don't know, kind of you get comfortable like showing like less and less. Like when I began doing pen and ink, I would like very literally copy out like every tine, you know. I think it benefits if you do studies that detailed, you know. But I don't know. Took me longer than most to probably like internalize how to like simplify. Because like at the beginning I was like just doing photocopier stuff almost. It's like making art out of like too many references seems like collaging that destroys your wrist. Petco is having a sale on tanks. Don't tempt me. I have no money for us. Also, like, the place I'm living is not good for any kind of giant water tank. My landlord won't be down for that. I don't think I've done a narwhal. I think I said I was going to do a narwhal. And then I forgot to do a narwhal. Or maybe I drew one small. Let's put the narwhal up here. Memes for Billow Whale is 4.3. Nice. That is cool. $20. No, it's like the added cost, and then also like the time. I don't know. I just can't afford it right now. These blobs are all going to be creatures, obviously. I drew these too big. These little fish are supposed to be the size. He needs more dark space to sell the effect. So I'm actually gonna not put as many on top of him as I had done before. There's the corner. Wait, where's the corner? There. Like those old computer displays where you see like tiny little dots of light or something. I don't know. This sort of like polka dot thing has to be carried through the entire this is, do some more up here, do a long one there, do like an eel or something. These guys are too close together. I don't even know how I'm going to put the names in there. I'll figure it out. I appreciate the meme compilation. It was it's very fun finding something like that. All right, what am I doing next? Yeah, these guys are so tiny. I like this bird. I don't want to remove it. Oh, what did someone want? I could put the hornbill in right here. Because he's kind of like... There's already that line sticking up I didn't know what to do with. That could be like his legs. And then like his head would be like... I could get really silly with the anatomy of that dude. That might work. Oh, narwhal. Narwhal. This can be a narwhal. The most fake looking real animal. Something's off. This head's a little too big. I want to get the silhouette right. I said I wasn't going to do whales, but it doesn't matter. Has anyone seen any Scrimshaw in real life? Yeah, I used to live in Savannah, Georgia, and there's a really cool maritime museum, um, and they have like that's sort of how I learned about Scrimshaw was their exhibit, and it's like fabulous stuff. Um, they had like whale bones or in like teeth, with like ships carved onto them, but they also had like the teeth were cut down into dominoes, so they could play dominoes. Did it cut out? No, he was just really still. Sorry. If the music's going in the background, that should indicate that it's just me freezing like a deer in front of the work. Or if the Photoshop's going too. My favorite thing at that museum where I saw the Scrimshaw, it was this cat, this big porcelain cookie jar looking thing, and it had glass beads in its eye. And this woman who had this mansion would set it in the front window, and it was a brothel for the sailors. And the brothel was open if the cat's eyes were green, and they were red if the authorities were nearby. And you shouldn't come knock on the door. That was my favorite thing in the museum. Ooh, they also had like this crazy model of the Titanic sinking. Like super detailed. I don't know who made it, but it was wild to look at. It was like had lights and everything inside it. I think that was the same museum. I might be mixing up museums in my memory, but actually no, I want to keep this guy more silhouetted. I'll give him a couple spots to indicate there are spots, but that's all we'll do to him. See you, enjoy tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. And congrats on getting a print. Imagine dying, then the thing that killed you paints and carves your bones. I mean, the dying part would suck, but if I was like hunted by some like space alien and my skull was like ornamented in their museum, I don't know. I mean, there are worse ways to go, is what I'm saying. Oh, saying goodbye. Oh, wait, did Stefan leave? Oh, you're gonna head. Oh, see you, Stefan. Sorry, I'm like half reading chat. And congratulations, Stefan. I think. Did you win? I think Stefan won one too. Yeah, Predator. I was never a fan of those movies though, but I liked AVP2, the original video game by Monolith, not the. I don't know if it was like a remake. There was an Alien vs. Predators 2 game like 10 years later. It was not as good. I remember I was working in a movie theater concession stand when one of the Alien vs. Predator movies were out. I don't remember which one, but it was like, I could take a break. It was like theater was like not in walking distance of anything, so every break I would just go like sit in one of these crappy movies. I just remember like how much I disliked the Alien vs. Predator movie. What projects did I have before South Scrimshaw? Um, I did these comic. Well, they weren't really comic books. They were more like illustrated books of fake animals. That was probably the earliest precursor to South Scrimshaw. But many comic books that just didn't go anywhere, like ideas that just fizzled out in 5 pages because I spent like 4 months drawing each page. Oh, don't want to do that. Yeah, if I got annoyed during work, I could also get annoyed during break. Yeah. Yeah, the Stone Mother adapts more anti-predator stuff after suffering a predator attack. Was the idea. Stretch my legs real quick. Yeah, I think the adult Brillos, they're never in stasis. Like they can't really stop things from coming off or going completely. So it's more about like they have to pick like a design and then just try to balance it like spinning plates was the idea. Um, so like the Stone Mother was able to adopt like the eye spots because they weren't like necessarily gonna like tip the balance one way or the other. But there probably would be some like trade off. Like she would have to feed them, or like maybe they need sunlight. Um, so yeah, that was kind of the idea with that. Feather Star. Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's super cool. We'll do one of those. I feel like a Feather Star, I'm gonna need like some space to pull it off though. Yeah, sort of the bodies in flux their whole lives is something that I hope to explore. As we see like aging whales. Um, I think that's kind of one of the more interesting avenues I have to take it. Um, yeah, 20. I think actually it might be like a little bit longer. Like the documentary crew, um, sort of like the research team is scheduled to return on 20 years, and then the documentary crew comes with them, and then they would be filming, and then there would be a gap where Studio Mongoose would have to record everyone and then like write their screenplay and then like cut it. So realistically, it'd be like a few years after that. Um, it's just part one ends, and it's like they're gonna miss the little guy, you know, because they won't see him for a significant amount of time. You know, I'm like purposely kind of hazy with like years and the chronology. But okay, no, he's just never really gave him a name. I was saying in a different stream, it's like he's very heavily anthropomorphized already. Um, and it was like just helped to like lampshade the issue a little bit, not to give him a direct name. I'm not sure I've seen too many nature documentaries either, where like the animals get personified that hard, unless they're like literally like a study subject. Like realistically, he probably like would have a name because like wolf pack researchers, you know, give wolves names and stuff. So it was more just like for my own purposes of what I thought read best. Man, I'm making a real mess of this guy's beak. You know, my computer will crash if I look at the name up, but there's a really good book written by the people who were responsible for reintroducing wolves to the West Coast. Um, and, you know, they loved each of those wolves, like, individually. That one. You're gonna have a salary when I have a salary. This beak is maybe too exaggerated. Let's let's just reel it back just a little bit. I thought I could make that work, but it was like a little. That already feels better. Oh, uh, possible plot, learning from a hunter. No, that's definitely, we're definitely gonna see, um, stuff like that is definitely what's going on in the calf's life. Yeah, there's gonna be a big jump forward in time, obviously, but you know, he's uh, he's still gonna be somewhat a young lad. I don't know like the numbers specifically, but like bigger animals, he's got a little bit slower development. Yeah, people definitely want to see some retribution on the shark population from the whale. I think I've been asked several times about that. Ooh, wait, that actually worked. Plants do need light. Uh, Science fact. I think he fits there. Could add a little bit more of this to his This is a little bit annoying. He's fighting a little bit with the stuff around him. I'll have to come back to that too. Still though, I like him. The Vorpix octopus. Yeah, there. It's a might makes right type situation, I think, in his world. I think a lot of plants depends, but some can like recover, you know, even if they look pretty worse for rare. Let's fill out some of these fish. It's not the most exciting stuff, but I would like to get it done. If you cut down a tree in the depths, you can see the multimasite instead of rings on the logs. Oh, that's really cool, actually. The detail is like... That's just really fun. Breath of the Wild also has like, I don't know, the sort of like just inventing technology for the game and throwing it into a sandbox is kind of like a more like 2000s 90s ethic or like idea of like designing a video game. Like it was like before like graphical fidelity was like the only thing that sold games. I don't know. You had like a lot of different experiments in like developing like AI or simulation systems. The sea buns catch rays? Oh, I don't know. Like a Godzilla roar or something. Jeez, it's 7:30 already. See, I feel like I start like part of the reason things went sideways is because I started too late in the day. Maybe I'll blame that. My computer has a set time where it goes on break. And my brain has the set time, I think. It's like I can work for a long time, but like I have to start before a certain time of the day. Like can't be like later than like I don't know, like 11:30 at latest with the day's shot. Um, Like, I was writing earlier in the day, and then, like, you know, I started at 3. It's really hard to, like, just shift gears. It's better to, like, wake up and do one thing all day, and then if I have something else to do it tomorrow. Yeah. It's 11:30 somewhere. See, these are the less exciting fish that I was drawing off stream. What's that big guy? We'll do him here. Well, it's not that I don't want to do larger ones. It's just the majority of my donations are not, you know, I need a bunch of smaller fish. Um, I'm going to have to count these at some point. This is going to be pretty neat, I believe. And what I'm hoping that, like, it's, like, massive, too. Like, I want it to be, like, long. Obviously, I want to make money. And that, like, it getting long corresponds to me making money. But, like, it would just be like when South Scrimshaw is done, you know, and end credits, it's all over. Then like there's this just thing that can be looked at afterwards. I think would be just a really nice way to finish it. Hey, Meta Sushi. Well, thank you for stopping by. I'm drawing fish for the fish mural. I was just zoomed out to show off where it's at. Yeah, so I'm gonna put it out like a print file, print resolution for people if they want to download it. But I also want to be able to offer prints too for people who want a poster. Um, and honestly, like for stuff like this, like I don't know, like I do appreciate having like chat makes this like very time consuming thing more more palatable. Like everything about Cell Scrimshaw is time consuming, but um, I was kind of dreading starting this. Back with cereal. What kind of cereal are you eating? Thank you. Um, I was just saying, I'm writing the next chapter. The upcoming chapters are going to be much longer, so I hope the people waiting on it sort of find them satisfying to read in themselves. I mean, I appreciate like how many people say that, like the understanding that um, this is a complicated project. Frosted Flakes are kind of good. They're like sugary enough that you don't need milk. I feel like. I also don't eat heavily sugared cereal often. I like eating shredded mini wheats, frosted mini wheats, just out of the bag because they're like candy. you know, I don't really need the dairy products on top. There's also like no way sketching this amount of fish like won't add to just like my brain's fish vocabulary. Like I'll have a much like I think this is beneficial to do in tandem with the project. But I need more reference. Yeah, and it's also if it were rushed, it wouldn't be perfect. It's not so much about making it perfect. It's just like sort of the only reason to do it is to like hit this certain level of craft, and it's like to cut corners. Would be like deflate the actual purpose of the project. It would be better to just radically simplify the imagery, like if my goal was to like hit these update timelines, you know, and get it out fast, it would look much different, I guess. And you know, it's like, it's not to say that's like a bet. It's not a bad way to think, you know, if someone is making, you know, like a weekly comic or like, um, but you know, there'd be no reason for me to decide to do things this complicated and then make it look bad by rushing it. You know, it'd be better to simplify it and make it look good. Is I guess my point. Um, I do not like energy drinks. I say this as someone who drank so much coffee this today that like it gave me anxiety. But like I can like overload on caffeine, but I just don't like energy drinks. Megamouth shark. I have not. This guy's cool. It's got the weird like filter feeder. Is he a filter feeder? You're saving your caffeine addiction for when you really need to crunch. That's good because you just build up a tolerance otherwise, and then it does nothing but give you a headache if you don't uh, drink it. Basking sharks. Okay. Basking sharks, very cool animals also. It's like their weird face made me think they were a filter feeder. I don't claim to know everything about marine biology. Let's see. Where are we at here? So we're a little bit more dense. Feels a little bit more dense. But we kind of go through pockets. This guy's taking up a lot of space. Where should the Megamouth go? Do like over here? Yeah. Real estate is pretty like used up here because I don't want to like cut too much into these dark areas, which is kind of a shame. I'm gonna have a stretch that's definitely way more inverted. Um, where like the large animal is like a light shape, and then this area would be dark. Right here seems like the best spot for the shark. And I hate to overthink it, because, like, that doesn't benefit it, but... I'm just not feeling it anywhere else. I don't know. Yeah, the round face, they just lack that, like, fearsome streamlined quality, you know? Although he's pretty streamlined. The sharks that will eat you are all seem like they're shaped like missiles, you know? They're like aerodynamic things. Actually, how am I starting with the tail? This guy's head is the character part. Like, it's like he's looking at the paparazzi. He's like all irritated. You know, it's funny when you Google like a sea animal's name, you can tell how rare animal is by like how many of the first results are just that fish like dead on a beach or something. You know, and be like, you know, Mako, you'll like find all these like beautiful images of it like jumping out of the water and stuff, whereas it's like goblin shark. It's like, oh, we found one half decayed. Look. Oh, that's awesome. Baby sharks for the first time. That would have to be so much fun for like the people recording that, you know, or going out to find that shot. No, he's a mega mouth. I could do a megalodon at some point. That'd be fun. I something is off with This guy, though, I'm not feeling him. I think it's the eyeball, because I kind of like the mouth. I did see the Great Baby White photos. That was super cool. Because that's what, I mean, it's like, great whites are not like also an unknown animal. Like, they occupy like a huge space in our consciousness, you know, that it's just fun that, you know, they can keep things secret. That made him look a little bit happier than he was previously. The team probably flipped. Almost all of Saul Scrimshaw's dialogue. I'm flattered. I mean, I won't tell you that's a bad thing. Gotta get the polka dots on his chin. That's like essential. Well, I appreciate you helping build the community because it is extremely small. I do like having a cozy chat stream that doesn't move very fast. Um, I'm gonna give this guy tiny fins because that's kind of funny. I mean, it's definitely my financial interest to have a faster stream, but I am very much enjoying this. Man, it's almost 8. I think I am gonna stream on Thursdays, just because I do think I'll have to work weekends, my like other job. But I might just start earlier in the day. I appreciate the list. No, I went normal fish too. I need variety. It's like we're leaning towards the exotic just because that's what's fun to suggest. But salmon are cool too. Like and I love like the migration life cycle. It's pretty awe-inspiring. That was also something that I wanted to like do with South Scrimshaw. Is like it's like alien animals, but it's like I like sort of just regular fish, like regular trees and stuff. Um, like when there's like a helicopter, the Coast Guard, I like the real helicopters they use. Um, so I appreciate just not everything has to be like super crazy. Salmon also tastes good. That's a fact. If you're cooking a lot with salmon, I should give you a. I have a good salmon cake recipe. It's like if you buy, not not the highest quality fish. Sometimes it helps to like really cook it into a recipe to sort of mask that fact. Like you would never like make salmon cakes with something like super high quality because you're like just hiding the flavor. I don't know, enjoy tomorrow. Just like keep doing what you're doing. I think just it took me forever to get like any sort of interest on the internet. So you just need perseverance, I think, and something will happen. Sunk cost fallacy. Let's go. It worked for me. We were joking about the sunk cost fallacy earlier, so. Fin is not dynamic enough. Let's give it a little that. Hey, Edwin. I eat tons of canned tuna, but for some reason, uh, canned salmon sounds really unappetizing. Although I could probably make salmon cakes with canned salmon, just like I was talking about. I bet that would be good, actually. This is a megamouth shark. Alright, this is one of the things where I have to decide how much shininess do I put on them. Keep it simple. Do that much shininess. He's like Zeppelin shaped. His like head extends way too far forward, but I don't want to fix it. I think my playlist has moved on to the Factorio soundtrack. I think it's gonna... Factorio might be a little bit darker. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I am happy to like the requests have been fun because people have like favorite animals and it's fun to just I don't know see all the different favorites. And it does like make stuff a little more special. Let's move these gills up just a little bit. Oop. I think we have a Anomalocaris somewhere already. Because I pulled up the tribute to Anomalocaris video. Yeah, there he is. No frilled sharks yet. Not a lot of sharks, honestly. Well, there's the goblin, and I did a thresher somewhere. I think that was supposed to be a mako. Yeah, there's a thresher. The thresher is my favorite shark, I think. Maybe. Should do a frilled shark. This is the Factorio soundtrack I recognize. Yeah, these guys are cool. They have creepy teeth. I'm so bad at Factorio. This is a hard game. Like... Will the mural be sold as a print? Yeah, I would love to do that. But I'm also going to offer the file at print res too. But I think given the size, it's going to be easier to just buy a print. I'd like to get some seaweed, not as one of the donation things, but just as like some of the design elements that will create the negative or positive space. Sea anemone would be good. Coral might be a little too odd of a shape. Like, someone asked for mussels. And when I was trying to do it, it's like, it was just too, you know, it's like... It just didn't look like cool and animal-y enough. Like, I don't know. Like, corals are like awesome animals, but just it wasn't something I was able to pull off well in a sketch. I might. Or I just didn't spend long enough to figure it out. I hate saying like I can't draw something, but... Alright, this guy's almost done. He's just a little too front long. So let us give him some length. Sea anemones I think I could do, just because it's like all their cool tentacles and stuff. That's way more dramatic music. This guy's body plan is like a very vintage, expensive car or something. Just like stretched and shiny. I don't like that reflection. Batmobile. Yeah. Or it's like the it's a fake shark, it's a submarine with like the villains inside it. I feel like that was in something. Was that a James Bond film where like the villain had like a shark sub that ate people? Or was that actually in Batman? Yeah, steam cars are like was it like the one like super advanced like locomotive that was like all Art Deco looking and they never like manufactured any? Like they just had that like one crazy prototype. Yeah, this shark is definitely Art Deco. I like him, he's goofy. Yeah. Maybe he's like... I want him more central. Excuse me. Oh. Steam cars were really cool. That's interesting if they handle well. Oh yeah, I mean, I can totally believe it's more quiet than internal combustion. Oh, I was going to do a frilled shark. We are kind of doing a lot of sharks. You know what's bothering? This guy's bothering me now. He might be able to fix something here. Doesn't need fix. I don't want to touch it. No, he's fine. Never mind. Take it back. Okay, we'll come back to the filled shark. He's gonna go over here somewhere where we have space. I need more, like, circular animals. Like, I could do maybe a large one there. Or just something that could be, like... Actually, that's fine. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do is a salmon. You know, no, I gotta start. Cause this all has to be the small fish, basically. Like I don't think I have room for anything else. Yeah, we'll move over here. So we'll do the frilled shark, and then we'll do salmon. Oh, you got to drive some at a car show. That's really cool, actually. I really like going to air shows. When I was a kid, I would go to one every now and then because one of the Blue Angels is from the area at the time, so they would perform pretty frequently. We'll do a sockeye salmon. That's cool that people have Model Ts even in working order. This music's too grim. I'm going back to Machinarium. Trying to remember if I did a guy like this already. It doesn't matter if like I can redo fish. I'm just like I don't want to like draw a duplicate if I did something like that. Oh no, okay, it's different. There's a weird air show near the dorm where we're under a deck because they fly so low. Dude, they're loud. The planes don't even have to be that low for them to be, like, ear-splitting. Helicopters, too. Like, I don't know, it's like the you know, the military tactic of, like, shock and awe. Like, definitely you can understand how, like, traumatizing it'd be to, like, hear those things, like, booming. I think I have to do the koi after this, because I was saying that I was waiting until I was, like, feeling warmed up. But now if I wait any longer, I'll be, like, extremely tired. And I won't get to them today. Hey, Alec. Yeah, I'm the guy that did South Scrimshaw. That is me. You found me. You found my fish stream. Well, thank you for also, you know, watching and caring. It means a lot to me. Kind of like how rough I'm keeping his body here, so I might not go full bore detail on this guy. Yeah, this amount of looseness just feels good, I believe. Give him a nostril, though. There. Yeah, he's kind of muppety. Alright, so not all the fish have to be huge, so let's do one like... Sockeye doesn't have to be gigantic. If anything, I think I'm drawing like way too many large fish, so I don't know. This is a frilled shark. Yeah. Hey, Echo. Fish. Hey, thanks, Paul. Thanks for lurking. I think I have to make his whole body opposite just to the two-tone of the fish. Like, it's kind of lost what he is. His head's way too big also, but that's kind of funny, so I'm leaving it. That's a very goblin-looking salmon. I want to nudge his eyeball forward, though. There we go. I like them. What did I say? Oh, the koi. Yeah. It's koi time. We will do a koi pond in that space. That'd actually be cute to make it like literally a pond, like have some kind of like fake perspective here. Sea monkeys. Could do that. More sea slugs. Yeah. The only sea slug I did was the sea bunny. The real one. More sea slugs. For the sea slugs, I might do like a circle shape. And then do like slugs all lined up on parade. Oh hey, Destroyer Mango, sorry about that. I gotta turn that off. Nightbot is like... The default setup for Nightbot is just so not helpful. Because it doesn't stop spam, it's just like being rude to people. Like it doesn't help me at all. I'm gonna turn that off. Alright, you guys can express yourselves with capital letters as much as you want now. Nightbot cruising for a bruiser. Overpaid bouncer. Yeah. Nightbot has been overthrown. The reign of terror has ended. There are times when I'm like doing black and white stuff where it's just like I could do a project and only in black and white and be happy. Like just something about drawing these water reflections just felt really nice to do. Like I enjoyed doing it. Sometimes you do things and it clicks in a good way. It's not perfect. I'm not saying it's like the best thing, but I'm gonna contrive some reason to draw a lot of black and white in the next chapter. Probably to cut down on painting, but also because like I'm enjoying stuff like this. Under new management. That might be too much. Alright, so there's fish. Proportions kind of off on these guys, but I don't want to overwork it. We'll just say that's the light's refracting through the water. Oh man, I don't want to pull it up on the internet because my computer will explode if I try to go browsing the internet. But if you want good reference for ink work, like black and white, like minimalism, when I was in LA, the LACMA has an amazing exhibit of Japanese art and Sumi calligraphy, where it's like the intention is to be as expressive as possible with like the fewest amount of marks possible, and it's like really gorgeous stuff. It's worth checking out. This looks nothing like it, but I was just thinking about like it's very different from like the approach of like maximalism. It's just like bunch of different ways to do this kind of, because all black and white is abstraction to begin with. There's just a bunch of different ways to approach it. Yeah, I mean, it's some really cool stuff at LACMA. Like, they had a lot of really good, like, mid-century modern stuff. One of my favorite painters is Paul Klee, and it's like one of the few, you know, it's like favorite painters. Like, I rarely get to like actually see paintings from my favorite painters, so that was a cool opportunity. Although he did watercolor, and they're like, they are faded as heck. Like, they do not look like they used to, but you know, it was a long time ago. That's what happens when your paints aren't light safe. I gotta start giving these guys their spots too. Cannot ignore that for the sake of simplicity. This song is from the Machinarium soundtrack, which was composed by Thomas Dvorak. If you haven't played Machinarium the game, it's like a point-and-click adventure. It's only a few hours long. It's literally one of the best. Like, I feel like people who like South Scrimshaw might would also very much like the vibe of Machinarium. Amitada Games is they're also the people who did Samaros, all those games. You need the koi lurking far underneath. So I'd say this guy's a little too big, but koi can be whatever size I want them to be. When you look at these guys, you can kind of see, like, you know, the idea that they would turn into dragons. Some sort of cake. Like one of those fondant cakes where they like sculpt gross tasting sugar for people to look at. That's all the detail I want to put on that one. Fondant sucks. Yeah, I've actually had I've had some fondant cakes that are actually good. But yeah, buttercream icing, superior. Maybe it's marshmallow fondant that I had that I was like, oh, it's not bad. I guess the point would be just like, if you're just, you know, sharing the image on like social media, and it's like entirely about the look. Or it's like an event where like presentation is like king. This guy turned out nice. Oh really, your cake had fondant? Hmm. I don't even remember that. I just remember eating the cake and I was enjoying it. I'm not as sophisticated as I pretend, apparently. Cake boss a ton. I think a lot of those reality TV shows too are like rigged. If it's like a competition. Um, I knew someone who competed in one, and like she lost because the other contestant made a thing where they were proposing to their fiance in the crowd. And it's just like, of course they were gonna give it to that guy. I think you have to like vacuum pack the cake top if it's and freeze it if it's gonna last. Hey Zamyun, yeah, you cut. You're here. Here's I'm doing koi. There's a little koi pond in the corner right now, but here's the current state of it. You can see I expanded. I put the dolphin in before stream. I'm gonna do the little fish off stream, but all this came in today. Shubu. I did something, stuck something over here. I forget what. Oh yeah, we did some kind of hog with a shark fin, and yeah, we're over here now. Yeah, a pile of sugar is not gonna last a year in a paper box. Just they probably should have freezed it for you. I didn't know you stream, Chandris. Well, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. You're not a shit. The best person with the best, yeah. That's I guess the purpose of reality TV. Man, how's it 9 already, dude? This is why I need to start earlier in the day. I feel like I got nothing done. I mean, not nothing, but like... I guess I'm just like daunted by like the amount that still has to be done. And that first hour was brutal. Like, I feel like I got like maybe it's like I just got way more done on my first and second streams. Like set my expectations in the wrong place. Roasted the dead. Shame. I like I think the quarter turning out nice. I like that it's like a little pond too. It's the koi have been going fast. You know what I should do is it's like keep everything I do in a single day on one layer so I can like blink it on and off. Because then, like, if I'm feeling down, I can just be like, oh no, actually, like, I forgot about the bobbit worm. Like, if I could just, like, flash on and off. Or I could literally just open yesterday's file and compare. He turned out good. I drew this guy at my lowest point. Why is my brush doing that? You see that? What are you doing? There we go. Back to normal. Maximum tilt. his face expresses it. Yeah, alright, I'll shut up. I did a fair amount. Well, get sleep if you need. #1 Rabbids fan. What's up? Yeah, I need to keep a mix of simple and fast. Or complicated and fast. Thanks, Rabbids. I really appreciate it. I do feel like it's going to be a really good piece when it's all done. I'm going to do a couple more big ones. Like one here and one here, and then that might be enough. Alright, I'll see you by tomorrow. Or, enjoy tomorrow. I appreciate you stopping by. Congrats on the wins, also. wonder if I can find old jazz musicians like Django Reinhardt, uh, or if those get copyright claimed by whoever sells the music today. I feel like they would be. I South Scrimshaw, I wrote it before it became a visual novel, but the visual novel itself was like a little over 3 years, but I wasn't working on it straight through. It was like I'd be able to work on it, then I'd have to stop to like work a job or a commission, then I'd be able to go back to it. So it was really on and off for over 3 years. But I mean, it was a lot of work. Chapter 5, I wasn't able to start work on until last August. And also most of December and January I lost to building my booth for MagFest. But definitely I've made way more art faster for Chapter 5 than I ever have before. It was like a combination of like super motivation and just I've learned a lot from Part 1 that I've been able to apply. I have a making of PDF book, digital art book available. If you want like the full background, that book kind of lays out where the idea came from, like how long ago it started, and then sort of the work that went into it. Actually, and I mentioned this earlier, I'm a little more confident that my computer isn't going to collapse. I found some more images that I got to insert into this making of book. I'm irritated that like I keep finding stuff that I forgot to put in. But it's digital product. Yeah, I mean it was like a little bit longer than 3 years. I just say that because it's like I don't want to like actually count how much time I put into it. Chapter 5 is going to be done this summer, and I hope that it meets people's expectations. This is one of the first watercolors I did for it, and this like took forever. But at this point, I was like still trying to do like the ocean blue background. Like I would mask off the areas that I would paint in later. I very much changed my method since. But here's the part that I really want to include is you know. This also took forever because, again, this was, like, early and still not very confident in watercolor painting. And also, I was just taking forever. So yeah, crop circles in my watercolor. Anyway, I wanted to share that. I was also just like, one like common piece of advice from like anyone who does like wet media, like watercolor, gouache, is that you have to like work with speed and sort of have this like fearlessness and making a gigantic canvas where you can't mess up once, and then carefully like placing down like each ribbon of grass that's not the like best way to approach the medium, I guess. Yeah, Rabbits, when I began the project, I was like really attached to the idea that all the backgrounds would be totally traditional, and that was something I had to break away from, like both like time-wise and also just like what my skills are best at. So there's more and more digital as it goes on. In this upcoming chapter, there's like, it's basically like half and half. Like half the backgrounds are digital, and those are like the real complicated landscapes, and like half of them are watercolor, and the watercolor is like more suited towards what I'm best at doing with watercolor. Like this is the one example I've been sharing with people because I'm fine sharing something. Hang on. Oh, I apologize. I don't have it, I guess. Never mind. I apologize. My Twitter has like some like one background. In the trailer for the wish list for chapter 5, towards the end, I show an example of like a landscape, which is the kind of thing that I can't do in gouache yet. Yeah, I've been doing more like armatures, like building stuff in clay. That's very helpful. And it's like, for the whale, as he gets more complex, one of the hardest things about this project is I just have to draw the same thing from different angles so many different times. So just having like a physical object that I can light the way it needs to be lit and pose in front of the camera, it saves a ton of time. Yeah, and you know, I'm not like putting down digital or anything. You know, watercolor has like a unique look to it, which is why I want to use it in the first place as much as I can. But yeah, I don't know. It's I'm happy with many watercolor paintings, and I'm really happy with where my digital painting's at. Like I feel like digital is a tool set that just, I don't know, gives me enough freedom that, you know, I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Oh yeah, the killer whale in the armor. Um, I built him in clay too, but I didn't paint him, which ended up being really tough because he's like zebra striped. But that was like kind of, I was running on like my tank was empty by the end of that chapter, so that was like, this is like the last major illustration. It's like the other ones are like kind of rough, like the backgrounds, but it's like I want this one to be like, you know, properly polished. What's funny is like the Vorpix, like living in the crown, that was like the fish bones he's hiding behind are actually done not digitally, they're done in with ink on paper, because they're like a very early drawing I did. Like I had this idea of like fish bones and like a creature hiding behind it. It just wasn't until the end of part 1 I got to insert it. I might have a model. Hang on. Oh, fuck. He needs some hot glue surgery. But I can show you the photos that I used for part 1. They're in the making of art book. Okay, place your bets if my computer crashes when I open this. I'm needed a break from drawing. Actually, it's 9. It's almost 9:30. I don't want to stop drawing yet, too. It's like... Rabbits, you missed the start of my stream. It was a disaster. I think this is the best watercolor I did for part 1. And where's the correct page? Yeah, so this is an example of where I built something in Sculpey, and then you can see it's pretty direct translation. This is Sculpey little like worms. You know, I would like roll, and then I just stuck some of my markers around so they could like hang off of, and then I shot an image through it. And then that, you know, I like isolated out an area to paint, and then that became, you know, and then there's the line work, and that became the interior of a coral that the little ocean tadpoles are swimming around. This background is like chopped up of a different painting that just kind of wasn't working. It wasn't working, like, I mean, it was a nice painting, but like compositionally, when I was learning how to paint, these like corals. I was like so consumed with figuring out like painting and getting the image right, like I wasn't thinking about like shot composition and stuff. So and then yeah, this guy. So that's the hunter at the end. Getting the color balance from like bright yellow, like this was just like a good exercise in general, you know, where it's like shifting the color so that it matches the gray was fun to do. Stuff like this, I wish I could, like, I am gonna learn how to do it in gouache. Like, with speed. But, for now, I think this looks good. Anyway. It's, resting on my laurels. Talking about old work. Yeah, and some saturation, 75% blur. Yeah. Actually, there's one spot where I did add a lens flare and some blur. It was like inside the pod, right before the shark attack, with like the light drone. It's fine. It's like I might not have do that effect again, but it worked. I keep looking at this guy and I keep not being able to see his eyeball. But I like his eyeball, so I don't want to redraw it. But he does need an adjustment. Light drone gang stalkers, yeah. I mean, because I was working on it for so long without anyone reading it, I mean, it's still blowing my mind. There's a certain point of just, like, sort of, not defeatism, but just, like, resignation or like fatalism, where it's like this is something I'll just have to like work on. I don't even know like how I was supposed to keep going, but like you know, it's moving to have people caring now. Which is why, you know, it's like the donut to the project, like, I want to, like, you know, like, draw a sketch and, like, do something fancy, because, like, this is super meaningful to me. Alright, we'll call the koi done, because I like how they turned out. And, yeah, Steam and Alpha Beta Gamer finding me on Steam. I wasn't aware. Like, I don't have, like, much, connection to indie game development, so, like, it should have been obvious before, like, the size difference between Itch.io and Steam, but, like, I really was not prepared for how massive the difference is. Like, yeah, the $100 you have to pay, it's over. It's the bouncer at the door. Alright, I'm gonna do some. I don't think I have another fancy one in me, but these guys, I'm gonna do a little bit of housekeeping. Oh shit, the fuck? I don't have enough room in between these to put names. Alright, I think there's enough room now for all these guys. Anyway, I'm not, like, I still have a lot of work to do in terms of, like, you know, promotion and, like, just figuring stuff out. I so I've done like a few past projects where I do like fake nature documentary fictional animal stuff. It's kind of like a natural voiced write-in, and that's just because like I love watching nature documentaries and like reading about like the source of inspiration is pretty direct to what I'm mimicking. Um, but you know, I had a couple thoughts that like maybe I could, because I was doing like some like stop motion at the time. I was doing like some motion graphics. But when I started reading visual novels, it just really like clicked where it's like this is like I'm more of an illustrator than an animator, and it was just like this is exactly the medium that I've, you know, that like fits what I imagine it is. Um, and then from there, it's just been like fighting to make the space to make an art project that's impractical. Proud of your weeb transformation. Yeah. Caught the brain virus and I mean, I wouldn't say like South Scrimshaw itself is weeb. It's just the visual novels are intrinsically weeb. The best VNs are weeb. Any other plans for South Scrimshaw? Um, I mean, working on this is kind of like all the bandwidth I have, you know, in my brain. But you know, I've done, you know, a lot of like writing for potential other visual novels. I do want to do a follow up. It will probably be like much different in terms of presentation, because there's other stuff I want to try with the visual novel, you know, medium. But you know, some of the ideas, you know, maybe it will be set in the South Scrimshaw universe. I might do something like radically different. Um, I don't know. It takes me forever to like write and come up with like a draft that isn't half baked. So, um, if I start writing now and planning, maybe something will be done in 5 years. You know, to I don't know. But yeah, it definitely I don't know. I just really like visual novels and thinking about stuff I could do with it. I just work painfully slow, you know. another novel exiles Scrimshaw in the next decade. Oh man, so it's not gonna. Well, I don't know how long it will take me to finish this, but I feel like a lot depends on, like, I don't know, the financial reality of like how much time it's like I carve away as much as I can, but it's at like great sacrifice to do that, you know. But I am more optimistic than ever. So I don't know. Definitely, it's like, yeah, I will. One of the ideas in my head, like if I were to do another like visual novel, there's a style of visual novel that is like almost full text and is like incredibly sparse on images. I think it'd be fun to, you know, really lean into the book aspect. There'd be like less of a bottleneck in production, so like it wouldn't take me a full 10 years by the end. But I don't know. I'll find some way to overcomplicate it. Originally, South Scrimshaw, it was gonna be like this story of the whale was, it was gonna be like episodic, where like sort of like they were gonna be like much shorter stories, like much punchier, and there'd be like 5 animals in a row. But I don't know. None of them were as good as the whale, like the idea, and it's just none of it's as compelling. You know, it's like the most compelling part was like it wasn't like the fake animals or like the this science fiction. It was like the narrative of going from like cradle to grave with like one animal and being like intimately with it. So yeah, it's like it just took the idea and then like whittled down to the part that worked best, and then with that, like I have like a lot of stuff I built out around the world about like the researchers and whatnot that ended up being really important. But yeah, that's kind of how. Also, I mean, it's like I just like whales, like oceans are also like as subject matter, like they feel like really, I don't know, primordial. I don't know. It's like it just seemed to work compared to like setting, like the story of like a forest animal. Like I feel like I would have to write kind of differently. I don't know. Whales are awesome, easy. Yeah, I mean, in a way, it's like whales are just really cool animals. Strong subject matter. I like this stingray. Maybe he doesn't need these. Yeah, having something set in the ocean does give it like an air of like mystery and like in terms of writing, that'd also be like a real burden to just like because things are in the ocean, I can like kind of pick and choose the amount of overlap they have with humans, and when I want to go towards it. Also, I'm drawing stuff on land right now, and it's I am looking forward to the time when the whale is just swimming around in the open ocean and the background is like a flat gradient that I paint. You know, it's like I'm having to draw like rocks on the beach and like sea foam and stuff, and it like not that I'm gonna like slack on any point, but um, putting stuff on land is makes it tough. His face is so tiny. I like tiny things. Yeah, like the I'm I'm also hoping to like expand on that in South Scrimshaw in like the next chapters, sort of like the way like Brillos interact. Um, I think elephants are also like another like example of an animal that is just like um, they're just amazing creatures, even when you see like short clips of them. Um, but yeah, and also like I'm trying to do it without making them too like human. They're already pretty anthropomorphized, but I'm trying to sort of like keep the exotic element of them being actually separate animals than we are. There we go. He's looking all weird. Yeah, basically every animal that's really smart. You know what? The one exception, I think chimps are kind of weird. They kind of bum me out. You know, they'll be like, I don't know. They're like a little too humany at points where like I can't be like, oh, they're wolves. They're just, occasionally killing and eating each other. It's like the beginning of like 2001 with the like stressful music playing like Oh, the C bun? Yeah, the C bun is going to remain as my teaching aid graphic. Like I'm trying not to, completely recycle everything from the first part, but the sea bunny is I think my favorite thing I want to keep a running gag. I think I already drew all the next sea bunny parts. Unless I can like shoehorn in another something else that needs explained. Because it's like this. It's like he's pen and ink. He's fairly easy to draw. It is canonical that he gets reused. It was already set up. It's probably like a big inspiration on the sea bunny that I don't think like I should have put in the book. It's like I listen to like a lot of YouTube when I'm drawing. Let me make sure I get this guy's channel's name. Um, yeah, practical engineering. Have you ever seen that guy's channel? It's this guy and he'll like explain like how dams work or like how roads are built. Um, just saw this like really common infrastructure. Uh, I don't know. It just had me thinking at the time about how stuff was created. What about the snowplope? A snowplope is a recurring animal that I've been drawing in everything since forever. And there will be snowplope in South Scrimshaw. But they're very important creatures, so not yet. They're like bipedal rabbit dog things. I don't know, space here. I think it's just because that's like my style of pet imagery, is to draw pointy-eared animals. I have a chance to talk about snowplope. I have to find a picture of a snowplope. Find my snowplope's slender jaw. I think there is a painting of snowplope in that making of book. I was originally, like, before South Scrimshaw, I had the idea for a visual novel. I was gonna do like an illustrated picture book for kids, just titled Snowplope. And this time they were like recast as like little Vikings, like crashing their longboat in like a new land, and then they were gonna like move into a big tree. And it was just gonna be pictures. It wasn't gonna be words. But I took too long to paint it, and then I like had my great epiphany to make a visual novel, and it ruined my life. And I've never made any money since. I also appreciate you guys like asking questions. It's very flattering to just ramble about this crap. No. Seabun is seabun. Snowplopes are a species of animal. Spoiler, I'm going to talk about them later. But you know, they're different. You know, they're not like making like boats or anything. Like they're more like wolves in this. Like they're normal animals. But here are the snowplopes in a fantastical version where they're moving into a giant tree, and they're cleaning out of spider webs, and they're picking mushrooms. I was still figuring out like painting at this point. Here they're making some charcoal briquettes, and the little blacksmith is hanging out. Here they're praising their ancestor stone during a storm. Here's them getting off the boat. Here's them in their like Stonehenge building. Again, animal, like, this would not be in South Scrimshaw. This is ridiculous. This is fantasy. Oh wait, did I forget to... I apologize. Hang on. Alright, try this again. This is the snowplope. And they're in their like little Stonehenge hut. I'm proud of this watercolor painting too, because you can like... I feel like I got the lighting really well. And they're like little young snowplope and they're spying. I think there's good like foreground in this. And here they've crash landed their longboat, so they're like taking all their stuff out. And here they're praising the ancestor stone. And then here they've moved into a giant tree, and they're like picking mushrooms, and they're like getting all set up. They're cleaning out spiders. This guy's like looking in a cave, and this guy's like, "What's up?" It's it's a nice painting, but like there's stuff where it's like, it's just kind of hard to read. I don't know. There's stuff not great about this. Um, Actually, no. Canonically, there is a snowblope in part 1 already. It's my the my lawyer who does the statement that Saul Scrimshaw is a work of fiction is a snowblope. Rudolph Pindersnipe, the snowblope. This would be a book. I would like to return to the idea. I mean, abandon. When I like figured out to do like South Scrimshaw, it's just South Scrimshaw is like a better idea. And I eventually like had something come together. Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep thinking if I like open a window, you can just automatically see it, but that's not how OBS works. Alright, here's 10. I can't draw anymore. I'm gonna talk for a little more, but I'm like, my brain's cooked. I think this was the best today. Actually, no, the koi are my favorite. They turned out nice. I think what I've learned from Scrimshaw, I could make the other thing much better. I think that one would also be like more appropriate for like a choose your own adventure visual novel. I think that could be really fun to do. Um, so I'm finishing the written draft for chapter 5. It's going to release chapter by chapter. I still have a ton of art to do for it. Like, I wrote it really long. The chapters in part 2 are significantly, like, I mean, it's like I could easily like split this into 2 different chapters, but I'd rather just keep it as one. Um, so it's gonna be as long a wait on the updates, but they're gonna be, I'm hoping, like significant to the point where like you can enjoy it as like an episode of something, Could be a graphic novel. Yeah, it's but I love having sound design. Like it just makes like such a big difference. Um like you can just like have like a black screen and like have like the sound of like a storm or something in like music. I don't know. It's hard to give up the multimedia aspect, having done this work on Scrimshaw. Um, I don't know, but graphic. I don't know. Could be. I could do graphic novel too. Let's make a less huge version of this file and post it to Twitter. Yeah, it makes such a big difference. I don't know. Don't crash. Yeah. I don't know. It's getting there. I just I love like just drawing in and of itself, so I probably could do a project that's just straight illustration. I would just have to really reflect on what story I'm telling. I don't know. I might have to strengthen his outline. He's a little... I need to make that clear. Oh, I went to art school. Savannah College of Art and Design. And then I worked for a while doing like freelance animation and illustration, and I feel like I learned more. I mean, I think everyone says that you learn more work in your jobs than at school, but definitely I felt that way. But in terms of like painting really detailed pictures, that like I mostly learned draftsmanship. Like that was my main focus, like pen and ink when I was in school, and then it was like starting about 3 years ago, I decided I wanted to get good at watercolor and gouache, and that was sort of part of the reason to start doing Cell Scrimshaw too. Was I had ideas for painting in my head without the ability to do them. So definitely, I'm a much better painter than I'm like 1,000 times better painting than I was at the beginning of this. Like, it's not even any contest. Like, I just had to like smash my head against the wall for a while. Hey, how's it going? Thank you. You caught the end of the stream, but I can show you the mural's progress. It's going good. We did this, and then some of this. And there was so much jank this stream, it was disgusting. Alright. Well, I really do appreciate everyone. Well, actually, no. Is it Jose? I I don't want to just like sign out right after someone pops in to say hey, but my brain's a little fried. But we're just chatting right now. What was I gonna show earlier? Oh yeah, I can show an example of one of the landscapes I've done recently. Here, how about this? So this, I don't think this is the best one I've done, but it is, it's one I'm showing off. It's still, you know, a little bit rough. But, you know, I chopped it in. It's what it needs to be. It's not going to be on screen super long. I don't know. Alright. I think I am going to sign off. But thank you for yeah, the 5K. It's like I'm I think it's like Scrimshaw has been viewed like over a million and a half times on other YouTube channels, so I'm kind of just like the 5K is just like a residual from that, and not so much my channel itself. But it is cool to, it's a big number, so I'm trying to like, you know, do something with it and not just like take for granted that the number will keep going up. Yeah, it's the same background from that trailer. I have some landscapes that I'm pretty happy with. Yeah, thanks. I'm probably gonna do Thursday next week. I'm gonna do weekly Thursdays for the fish sketch, and I'll probably start earlier in the day, and it'll be less stream jank. It was brutal. I'm actually not gonna make the VOD unprivate until I edit out some of the jank. It was like 15 minutes. No, it's like a solid half hour of audio problems. I'd like, yeah, it was awful. I was tilted. But thanks for stopping by, Shitty Comics. Everyone, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'll see you next week.